Hello! There we go. That also means we didn't have music during the intro scene, because I didn't set up my audio. That's okay. I'll make sure it's running, and it'll be there for the next ad break. Alright. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. It has been a couple of weeks since we did Kerbal. We skipped it last week, because I was not feeling well, and I didn't want to do rocket science when I felt like crap. So, we didn't do rocket science. But we are back this week. Let's hop into mission control and check our active... Yeah. So we've got a few active satellites, contracts here, and I think we have satellites built for many of these. We got an infrared radiometry satellite. I don't have a Cherenkov radiation satellite built. Let me check my notes about this. Did we try to fly that and it failed? Or is it currently in flight and we're just waiting for the science to return? Maybe that's it. Yeah, high-altitude Cherenkov, infrared radiometry. This KH-4 probe, I think we can probably terminate. Let's double-check. Fly this. I think this is going to be a camera without a return capsule. Yes, this is a camera without a return capsule. So this can be terminated. Okay. So the infrared radiometry... we got the contract done for that one because we've grabbed the improved Earth imaging. No. Infrared radiometry follow-on. Sorry. And I think we decided that our existing flight profile was good enough for this follow-on one. So Cherenkov radiation detection is just waiting for the satellite to return enough of the science. So we have basically the gravimetric and the magnetometry ones left to finish designing, and that's what my notes say. So I think we are good there. I think we do want another camera satellite, though. If we check photography 3, yeah, there's a bunch left to return, so we should queue up another photo satellite, and we'll do another of these improved Earth imaging. We can run this contract up to 8 times, so we may as well do so. As far as our contracts go, we need to finish the magnetometry satellite. We don't have to do the gravimetric satellite, but working out the gravimetric satellite is going to help us later on when we have to do, like, geostationary crap, because this is kind of getting ourselves into a nice tight circular orbit, right? So this is what we need to do there, and we want to get this worked out in our code so that we can copy and paste it later to future missions. So that's why I want to get this one done. The Cherenkov, I think we're just kind of waiting for... Yeah, we've returned 4.4 out of 23, which is only like 0.2. And I think we need 50% of it for the contract. 75% of it for the contract. So that's just going to take a while. If we go to that one... Fly. Hopefully this is showing... Yeah, it's only been in orbit for 21 days, so it has to be in orbit for significantly longer. Okay, so we have plenty of time to transmit all the science then. That's not even an issue. Interesting that it doesn't think we have perpetual power right now. Oh, I guess we're kind of twisted relative to the sun, aren't we? That's not ideal. Hey, Starfighter. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. All right, let me... 1 second. I need this. There we go. So, I mean, besides this thing not being pointed in the right direction for the solar panels, which is a little sad. I think we're in okay shape. Yeah, that is my concern. Yeah. I shouldn't have reflown the vessel. I think when we left, it was perpetual, and then I reflew it, and now it's, you know... If we do physics warp, it might tumble a little more. There we go. Duration is going up. Interestingly, still not perpetual. Yeah, the solar panels are... We're slowly swinging around. As soon as the solar panels are back at enough that it's considered perpetual, we'll leave this view. Oh, that might take a couple of minutes. Keep rotating. Keep slowly tumbling. But this is gonna do fine with, getting all the rest of this science, I think, as soon as our average exposure is up high enough. There we go. Another minute or so of slowly tumbling. All right, so we don't have to check this this satellite for another, I don't even know how long, a long time. I think we can fly a couple of the ones that we've got designed just to get some flights out of the way at the start. And then we need to figure out the 2 remaining ones. They're both, I think, close to being good to go. Hey, we're positive. All right. All right, so yeah, this guy's just going to keep transmitting science. It needs to send a lot more before we get the 75%. That's fine. And then we've got 2 that are basically just, well, we will shortly have 2 that are basically just follow-ups. We have our next infrared radiometry satellite, and we have in a moment, I'm gonna queue up another KH4. because we can fly a lot of these. And they seem to do a decent job. And then once we get yeah, so that'll get us this improved Earth imaging number 3 and infrared radiometry follow on that we'll be able to do, which will get us another chunk of money. Cherenkov detection is just rolling, and that just leaves gravimetric and magnetometry, like I was saying earlier. Magnetometry, if we check our notes, I have notes from 2 weeks ago. Magnetometry, this says, needs more fine-tuning for use of uprated Thor booster. I remember this. I remember that I was messing around with the Thor. And I did end up giving it a longer burn time. I think I was trying to make sure that the magnetometry and the gravimetric could be on the same uprated booster. So I was messing around with some things there. And I think we just kind of need to redial in the magnetometry mission profile. Which... this looks like... what do we do? We launch. We do this able... God, why did I name a method Yeet? Which one is Yeet? Yeet pushes... Alright, Yeet just pushes up the AP to above our target altitude. Which is different from circularize. Yeah, well, you say seems very self-explanatory, but it's... I should rename some of these, because Yeet should really be the one that just, like, burns out the stage, right? Like, that's the Yeet. But... yeah, okay, so this just pushes its target altitude on the other side. And I think for the magnetometry satellite, we have this, like, minimum 3 megameters on one side. Let's see. Yeah, PE is above 3 megameters, AP is below 250 megameters. Yeah. So this tries to push up the 3 to around this 3 megameters on that side, and then when we get to the other side, or when we get around to that 3 megameter AP, we turn the able back on, we wait until our steering is locked, and then we launch the solid. So we should be able to get this dialed back in for the contract requirements on the new booster pretty easily. So let's do this one first and get it ready to go. And then after that, we can spend a little more time with gravimetric. Gravimetric works... well, the code does exactly what it's supposed to do. Which is that it cancels our velocity. It looks at our prograde vector, and it cancels velocity until we're at the speed we should be based on our altitude. And if we had no vertical speed, that would be correct. But we have vertical speed unless we're exactly at AP or PE. And that is the issue. And that's why we're not quite hitting that 030 or however tiny 0.003 eccentricity is the target. So we need to be able to cancel vertical speed. We can do that potentially. Let's go in game actually, and let's hop in the VAB. Not a KH4. Let's open gravimetric. Okay. So potentially what we can do is if we add another set of RCS boosters, like up to the front of Able, we're gonna be pretty low torque, and we can just translate up and down to cancel our vertical speed. The other option is to, in the code, you know, when we look at our, let's go back to the code. Find the circularize code. So this is the control loop, right? And we are locked to prograde here. But we could look at, you know, within this loop, what percentage of our, so we're gonna have we're at an altitude and we have a target velocity, basically delta, right? Yeah, circular velocity minus velocity orbit magnitude, right? And then some amount of that difference is also going to be our vertical speed, right? And we can get our, like, ship. Ooh, no, we're not doing these ones yet. Is there like a vertical speed? Yeah. And if we look at our vertical speed as a fraction of our velocity delta, right? We're gonna have like local velocity our change in velocity is circular velocity minus ship velocity orbit mag. And then our vertical speed is going to be local what do I want to do? I guess we're going to end up using some trig, right? To say like, oh, we want half of our energy to go into each of them or whatever. Because like if it's all vertical, then we want to be pointed up or down, and we'll deal with that in the signs. And if it's all horizontal, if our vertical speed is 0, then we're horizontal, and we just need to translate forward and backwards. Local vert fraction is And we cap that to 1. And what that's saying is that our... It could be that our overall velocity is correct, but we have, like... What am I trying to say? Our wanted delta B could be very close to 0, but we still have a large vertical difference. We almost want to, like, separate out the vertical and horizontal components. It's not really the ground speed, because we need, like... We need to account for the rotation of the planet and the ground speed, and that's not what we're doing. Oh, because it's not going to be under ship. It's going to be under orbitable. There we go. Yeah, all we can do is get the orbit. I think we're going to want to, like, a V-exclude. Yeah. And honestly, this would be so much easier if we just did translate up, right? Because we can do ship control 4 and ship control, whatever, up and down. Top. Yeah. Yeah, so we need... 1 second. We're not going to do this. So we're going to have our horizontal... So this is our overall delta V. Our vertical delta V is... Or, sorry, our vertical velocity delta... and I should give this a different name. Local orbit vel... delta. There we go. Local vert vel delta is our vertical speed times a vector that points up. There's an up vector, right? There's a way for me to do that. Prograde. Pointing in the direction, well, yes. But we want orbitable, there we go, orbitable up. So it's going to be ship up 4 vector. Yeah. Okay. So that's that is our vertical speed times the up vector. And then local horizontal vel d is our orbit vel d. That's probably not right. I don't think it's actually exclude, is it? It's just vector math. It's our orbital minus all right. Oh, and one second. Let's copy all of this. We're gonna undo a bunch because I deleted too much code. Yeah, there we go. I need the factor part. Okay. So now, our factor is our horizontal hors factor and vert factor if ABS of and what was it? Ship control up? Ship control top? I've already forgotten. Ship control top. And we break. Otherwise, I think this is wrong. 1 second. It's our... There's our vertical, and that's fine. Our horizontal needs to be just the horizontal component minus... So it's gonna be... our circular velocity minus ship vel orbit minus vert vel. There we go. This is what we want. Yeah, it's in our entire vertical velocity. And then our local vert vel d is vert vel mag, right? Which is just our ship vertical speed, actually. But that's okay. And then our horizontal velocity is our orbital vector velocity minus the vertical component. Get rid of that. And then whatever's left is our magnitude there. And we'll assume that that's more or less pointing to where we want. And then, yeah, if both of those are below our threshold, we unlock the controls and we break. Otherwise, we do this. I think the only thing is I do need a negative in the vertical. Yeah, because really it's 0 minus, because our circular velocity minus whatever. And then here we want our vertical velocity to be 0, so our delta is, yeah, it's inverted. I'm going to tell myself it's inverted anyway. And yeah, that's right, because if our vertical velocity is positive, we're going up, and we want to go down. So it needs to be inverted. I believe that that is correct. Okay. So now, I was gonna write this so that it would do, pitch the ship up or down based on, like, vertical velocity versus horizontal velocity, like... what fraction of our total velocity delta is in each thing, but and we could still do that, but I think I'm just going to throw extra RCS on this so that it can translate up and down, and I want to see this work. The only thing that I want to do is change what we lock steering to. Because I think we want to do lock steering to look up of ship prograde right? That way we ensure that the ship's local up vector, which is what we're going to use for this top RCS control, is definitely aligned with the orbital up vector. I guess the other thing we could do instead of up, because we should also have like a normal. Yeah. I guess it would be under orbit. Yeah, I don't know. Up is fine. Okay. So I think this does what we want, right? We've changed this from just treating our velocity as a single scalar speed to getting the vertical and horizontal components of our velocity and zeroing those separately. So if we go back in game, and again, I think we can just like do that. I'm curious to see if this works. If that's all that it took to get this thing into the orbit we want. All right, let's sim this then, and see if we got there. I don't know. I think the code changes that I made make sense. And then the horizontal component of our velocity, we don't care about like our orbital plane. We're not trying to make plane changes, so we really do just care about the vertical and the horizontal. And obviously this is launching itself into some plane, but that's fine. Yeah, inclination above 50 degrees. What do we actually have this set to? 55. And then I'm hoping that when I left this, I left it with like this stretched Thor at a state that I was happy with. Bonk. And I guess we're just drifting up to AP. Double check what this code is supposed to do. Wait until ETA apoapsis is less than 180. Okay, so that should be now. I love it when a plan comes together. We are gonna way overshoot. There we go. Yeah, this thing has a lot more, a lot more control than it did before. And then this is going to try to burn until the AP is over 3M. I can manually fast forward through a lot of this part. I've been very cautious about setting automatic time warps in my upper stage burns. Because when you start getting close to the end of those, it and I think this has, like, basically just enough fuel to hit this 3 megameters. So it's pretty close to burning itself out anyway. Yeah. I don't know why I named this function Yeet. I think I had just, like, run out of names for different, like, configurations of burns and, like, target burnout times and things like that, right? Why did this burn till the AP was at 1 megameter? Oh, no, that's right. Sorry, 1 megameter for gravimetric. Yep. Hey, Kellen. Good to see you. All of them. Let's see. Uh-oh. Oh, no, we're okay. Ooh. 140 odd? Oh, and that was a script error. What did I do wrong? More KSP mods than Stars in the Sky. Yeah. I mean, this isn't as bad as, like, a heavily modded Minecraft that would have, like, 300 mods in it. There's only, like, 150. Yeah, that's definitely just me not writing the right code. And circularize, yeah, these aren't factor. These need to be the horizontal factor and the vertical factor. Okay. That was just a copy and paste error when I split this from a single velocity cancellation to the horizontal and vertical components. Okay. Well, that's annoying. You know, I wonder. Ah. Okay, I don't want to deal with trying to load that code in. We're just going to relaunch from the beginning. I'm sure there's a way to make kOS do what I want there so I can load in that code, but... That's okay. We get to watch another rocket launch, which is really the whole point. So, appropriately accounting now for... Is there... Oh, yes, there's an engine sounds mod. And an engine visuals mod. The visuals are actually based on, like, what fuel it burns and the expansion ratios of the nozzles and all the right stuff like that. Like, it's, There's a lot. All right, and fairings. Beautiful. All right, and then, yeah, this should get itself up to that 1 megameter. Yeah, I do remember from your stream. Yeah, this is running, I mean, certainly not all the mods, but a lot of mods. But I've got all the, like, realism and difficulty mods on that make it, you know, more or less actual rocket science. So that's a big chunk of it. Yeah, you absolutely need the mod manager for this. But CCAN is pretty good as far as mod managers go. For the most part. It has a couple of traps that you can get yourself into. All right, and this is a pretty long burn. This is like a 5-minute burn. The apoapsis. Periapsis, yeah. Yeah, I know they're a little bit small to read on screen, but yeah, I've got the printouts up top here that show me all that stuff. All right. Looking good. We're sitting at 1050 apoapsis. Automatically warping over to that side of the planet for the burn. I guess I should just go ahead and open this terminal now because it's probably going to fail. I also might want better antennas on this. But there we go. And cut. And it's trying to cut its vertical speed. Yeah, that's a lot of vertical speed to cut with just primitive RCS, though. And obviously burning radial in is always the sad and wrong decision. But it did work. Technically it worked. And it did get us under our eccentricity target for this contract. But yeah, we need like 20 meters a second, 25 meters a second of vertical delta V, which we don't really have. I'd also apparently... Oh, we ran out of RCS, but the program never ended, so it doesn't know that it needs to stage. I'm also concerned that we're not going to hit our solar thresholds. We might need slightly larger solar panels on this. Oh, there we go. Now we're charging. Or should be. No. We're net negative. We're net negative by a lot. By like 6 watts. I must not have accounted for the comms. Okay, so this needs a couple of tweaks. We do want to bring along a little bit more RCS fuel. And possibly even a better RCS unit. We'll see about that. I don't know if I can swap these out for better ones. Because we don't necessarily have to get, you know, our vertical speed exactly 0. We just need to get our eccentricity below a threshold. And then, but we were like right on the threshold of that. And we do need a code change as well. So either our vertical and horizontal vectors are both below threshold and we're in a tight orbit, or parameter target eccentricity if do we have an eccentricity here? Eccentricity, yeah. If ship orbit is less than target eccentricity, or we're tighter than we can get, then we end. Okay, so that'll stop as soon as we hit our target eccentricity, so we don't just sit and burn forever. And that means that in the gravimetric script, local target eccentricity is 0.003. Target eccentricity passed to the circularize method. And then in game, let's open these. Whoops. Shoot. What did I do? All right, we're okay. Let's make these. Do I go up to 0.4? This is going to be, yeah, 2.6 up to 6.2. So that's a lot more fuel, but I'm worried we're going to get tight on our upper stage delta V doing that. But there's kind of only one way to find out. Maybe I do like 0.35. There we go. There we go. They're all 0.35 now. And that gives us about 4,000, up from 2,500 before. So an extra 60%. But we'll see if that's too much mass for us to hit our target orbit. It's a pretty tight target. And then other than that, I mean, I think the system ultimately was working. We have more vertical velocity than we'd like to have when we're coming into that part, and therefore it has to try a lot harder to translate itself. I could fix that with beefier RCS, but also future launches that are going to need tight circular orbits, we're going to have better technology. And I'm less concerned about I'm not super concerned about getting the script, like, really good. Like, it gets us to a pretty tight orbit all on its own. And hopefully that last test was kind of a worst case of how far off we're going to be with vertical speed. I mean, obviously we're going to sim it again right now. But I think we're pretty close on this rocket. I think just handling the vertical speed means that we're in a pretty good place. Twitch is yelling at me that it is ad o'clock, so after this launch, we will just go ahead and run that ad break. But we'll let this this launch finish first. Oh, that's a planet. I was trying to figure out what this little splotch on my screen is. I don't know how well it comes across in stream, but it's Mercury. The splotch on my screen is Mercury. In base KSP, yes, it does have a funny Kerbal name, but I'm playing with real solar system mod, so it has the real planets. What is it called in regular KSP? I forget. Moho. And we can fast forward a little bit through this burn. Moho with an H in the second syllable. Sorry, I know I mumbled. All right, that looks good. I don't know why we're not time warping right now. Oh, probably because I had it in time warp. Oops. Yeah, that's my bad. Hopefully this will untime warp itself when it gets to the right point and the script will figure itself out. I hope. Maybe? I may have broken it. Now, we still have time till, I'm worried. Okay, it figured itself out. Well, yeah, it's still trying to cut a lot of vertical velocity with RCS, which is not ideal. But it did hit the orbit requirements, so that's what matters. And it hit them with RCS fuel to spare, right? Well, I can't see now because we staged, but yes, there's fuel to spare. And then, yeah, this just needs to be in orbit for 2 months and return a bunch of science. Okay, I think we can call this good. I do want to make one tweak to the script, and that is just for the sake of my own sanity. We're going to set our target eccentricity just a little bit, like, below. Our requirement is 0.003, and we're going to do, like, 0.0029. That way I know for sure that the contract's going to trip. The contract did trip here, but I don't trust it if we keep things that tight. All right. Perfect. That is effectively ready to go. We can queue up the build for it whenever we, well, not whenever we want. We need to check our tooling and some other stuff, so we'll look into that after the ad break, because I need to make sure that the tooling for this booster matches what we're going to be doing in the other, wherever it is, the magnetometry. You know, we want the boosters to be the same uprated booster so that I'm only paying for one new design. I don't want to pay for 2 new designs. So we'll check that all after the ad break. We'll get the magnetometry satellite dialed in, and then we should be ready to fly a bunch of science missions and get a bunch of contracts done, which is fantastic. So I'll see everybody in 3 minutes when the ad is over. All right, welcome back. I did check during the break, and we do have the same booster on both of these. It's a 13.5 meter tank with the avionics. Wait, these shouldn't be near Earth. Yes, sorry, these ones should be near Earth. At 80 tons and the 250 EC, so I can tool that. Our other tooling, if we look on that, we have these 0.35 meter spheres full of nitrous oxide for our RCS. Those will all be tooled at once. I guess 0.35 is now a size. I don't know if 0.3 was previously tooled. 0.3 was previously tooled, but there's just not enough fuel in there for me to be confident about hitting our contract targets. So why is this happening? It's like it's losing track of my input, and it's not making me happy. And now I can't select these. There we go. All right, 0.35. 0.33. It did it again. This is a new bug that I don't think I've ever seen before. Alright, we're gonna replace these then. We're gonna set one of them to the right size. And then we're gonna redo the symmetry so that they are in the right place. Alright. And yeah, we're gonna have to tool this slightly larger size that has enough fuel for this. Sorry. Modular tank, 2.44 by 14.3. That's this 13.5 meter tank. It takes into account the extra meter and a half of the boat tail or something like that in the calculations here, so that's why it's 14. 80 tons, that's this avionics unit, that's correct. 1.37 by 2.743, that is this tank. Which is the Able Star upper stage, and that's correct. This is a stretched tank because this is a very long burn on this engine. And then a new 6-ton avionics unit. And if I want to look at what that looks like, we're at 5.3. Yeah, I don't want to mess with that. We'll call it the 6-ton avionics unit. Okay. So I believe this is right. We can grab all the tooling for this. Oh, cool. And now we're down to a 4,500 fund rocket. Love to see it. The other one we're going to need is... Contains experimental parts. What's still experimental? Oh, well, we're going to have to update our launch complex. That's good to know. Probably it's the engine. I probably haven't unlocked the engine yet. Yeah, this engine, which we can unlock, and also this AJ-10 probably is still experimental, technically. Yeah, purchase the engines. Now do you still contain... You still contain experimental parts. I'm not sure what it thinks is experimental, and I can't tell until we fix the launch complex, which I don't want to do right now. Because we have other stuff that's being built that we want to fly. We'll deal with that later. So we can go to the magnetometry. Yeah, which is also now about a 4,000 or 5,000 fund rocket. Exactly what I want to see. So this one, I think, yeah, and there's no new tooling for this, which is exactly what we expected because we used the same 13.5 meter stage, and this should have the same NA11 configured engine. Yep. So I think we just have to dial in a couple of the launch parameters because this is a pretty funky launch for this contract. If we look at the magnetometry satellite, periapsis above 3 megameters and apoapsis below 250 megameters with a very high eccentricity. So this is just a weird, funky orbit that this has to get into, and it's going to take a little bit to dial in so that our delta stage here can get us into that 3 megameter position, and then the upper kick stage will kick us out to our eccentricity requirement. So let's just sim this and see where we're at. Ooh, that was cool. I'm not sure why it had that wobble there. Well, I kind of know why it had a wobble there, but yeah, this is coming in pretty shallow. Well, we might be okay. There we go. Yeah, we might be okay. We might even need a need to pitch over a little bit further. This delta stage barely gets us into that 3 megameter requirement. If I recall from when I played this 2 weeks ago. So we may need to pitch over, because we could see our current apoapsis, well, I can see, is at 325. And, like, we could absolutely have that be 100 kilometers lower, and that would mean that we're closer to a circular orbit, and we have more of our energy going horizontally instead of vertically, right? But we'll see where we get with this engine. And if we don't quite hit those 3 megameters, what we just have to do is adjust the initial pitch of the booster so that the gravity turn comes up just a little bit flatter by the time we're into orbit. Oh, no problem. Well, okay, we did burn out. It wanted 3050, and we burned out around 3030, and it's getting itself up to 3050 with RCS, which isn't ideal, but it'll hit its 3050. So we might want to pitch over just a little bit further, just so that we're a little closer to hitting our goal. of 3 megameters there. Or we could adjust our, our buffer space. Our minimum is 3 megameters, and I set it to 3050. We could set it to 3020 probably, and still consistently hit the orbit contract requirements. Gravimetric, Earth imaging, radiometry, magnetometry. Here we go. There we go. Target orbit hit. So yeah, other than being a little iffy right on that, getting to that 3 megameters, and I do think we have the fuel to hit it consistently with RCS. So like, But we're in, we're in the orbit, the required orbit for this satellite. But let's see if we can, in the magnetometry satellite script, yeah, we're at a 7.75 degree pitch. Let's go down to 8 degrees, and let's see if that avoids the need for that RCS burn. Because if we can just be a little bit... just move it horizontally a little bit faster. That's all we need. And like a fraction of a degree at launch can translate into a lot more by the time you are actually up into orbit. Although in this case, I think we may be able to get away with an even bigger change. And obviously we don't want to be like on the edge of not making it to orbit, but... yeah, 250 apoapsis feels a little... what was it before? Like 325? So, pretty significant difference from just a quarter of a degree. But our horizontal speed should be a lot higher. Okay. Perfect. And that would have burned out with, yeah. Almost no fuel left, but that's fine. Ugh. Actually, looking at that, 30 liters out of 1 kiloliter, so that's like 3% remaining. That's wasteful in rockets, but all right, and this thing will get itself pointed prograde. And there we go. Periapsis of 3050 on the nose. Apoapsis of 67 megameters with a eccentricity of 0.77. I'm happy with that. And that should hit the requirements. Let's just double check for the magnetometry satellite. Yes. Cool. So we can go back to vehicle assembly here. Now, both of these are gonna need modifications to the launch complex, but I think the modifications for the other rocket will also be sufficient for this one. I'm not totally sure of that. But we've already got some missions queued up that we're gonna have to move through before we can do those modifications to our launch capabilities. So we can, yeah, primitive solar panels, done. Those are going to be for lunar mission when that tech is ready. And then we have an infrared radiometry satellite that we need to fly. All right. And this, I believe I tested last time. I hope I tested last time. That this can hit the contract requirements for the infrared radiometry follow-on mission. Oh, this is on a traditional Able. There we go. Infrared radiometry follow-on. So this will actually complete, because we've already transmitted a whole bunch of the data, because I way overbuilt my satellite. This should, complete as soon as it's been in orbit for 2 weeks, because that's the stable orbit requirement for the contract. Oh no! What do you mean, bonk? What do you mean, bonk? Oh, okay. I'm actually going to let myself revert this one. I made a change to code and didn't account for it in this. I need to set a KOS name tag on this. And I just didn't account for the fact that this was flying. Oh, this one probably can't even be powered down, can it? I don't know what uses... That's a Gina. What actually uses power down in due orbit? I don't think anything. I think that ended up copied and pasted because when I was trying to clean up some of the code here, I don't think this belongs here. And I'm gonna let myself revert this because that's just a weird copy and paste error in the script. Usually I don't like to revert flights, real flights, not sims, but... This version of the Able doesn't even have hibernatable avionics. What was that Kraken attack? One more revert. And if we fail here, we fail for real. Exactly. Exactly, Kellen. Fairings look good. Mission requirements for this is between 500 kilometers and 1 megameter. Yeah, this will be fine. Yeah, and this has a lot of electric charge. This one was not designed to be powered down, ever. I just ended up with something weird in the code that I copied and pasted that broke this flight, so... I'm going to accept that revert. If I had an edge case that I didn't account for that like worked in the sim and then we hit the edge case weird in flight, I would and I have accepted those failures and not reverted them. But in this case, I feel justified in that one. Our CS is on, but we're not pointing prograde. Yep. Missing this. So what did I do to this function? Yeah, I really butchered this when I was moving stuff around in this file. Alright. Yeah, and steering's not locked, so this is just tumbling. Alright, we get one more revert. Because it's another weird copy and paste error. Ugh. I didn't realize I had left this in such a bad state for the old Able. Another mulligan. Yeah. Well, you know, in the real world, it wouldn't be literally the same code file being read by every rocket, right? It would have been baked into the avionics. And at this point in time, with this technology, it also wouldn't be code. It would be, you know, doing math electronically, but not digitally. We are in 1961 at this point. Yeah, this mod pack, the Realistic Progression mod pack is what it's called, gives you a tech tree based on, you know, all of the rocket tech through the 50s, 60s, you know, all the way to the modern era. But most of the interesting stuff happened in the 50s and 60s. So it's real solar system with real rocket parts, real era appropriate rocket parts. That's why I'm trying to get all these science satellites up around orbit, because I need the tech so I can go to the moon. And once I go to the moon, just like in regular Kerbal Space Program, when you go to the Mun, you're pretty much set on science because you can get so much of it. The same is true in RP-1. The moon gives you huge amounts of science points. Are we going to actually point prograde this time? Yes. Okay. What is this? Infrared radiometry satellite follow-on. Yeah. All we have to do is end at a low enough eccentricity and we're gonna be okay. .0. Ooh, that is a tight eccentricity. We might actually fail to hit this. I don't think I accounted for how tight that eccentricity was when I assumed that this mission, like, could hit using this rocket. We'll see. But we might miss that eccentricity target. Yep. 0.008. Moon landing was 69. But I think, like, the first moon probes, like, when was Ranger program? Yeah, right around now. Ranger 1... Ranger 2, 1 and 2 both were launch failures. So the first successful Ranger mission, which was the US attempt, was January 62. Was Ranger 3. Technically, that was just a flyby. It missed the moon, but... And the first really successful Ranger program... None of them were ever really successful. Ranger was kind of always a mess. Ranger 7. No failures. 64. But the Rangers were all impactors, so they were launched... basically at the moon. I don't even know if this can give me any science if I leave it up here. I don't think it can. Let me double check. Science archive, infrared radiometry. There's still a little bit to get in a couple of biomes. So I guess I could just leave it up here to get the science for me, but we're not going to achieve this contract. Okay. Well, rip. I don't want to modify that vessel to actually be able to achieve that contract with the tight circular orbit requirement. It's not worth it. It's a secondary contract anyway. We don't need this contract to finish... It's optional. It says right up here. So I think I'm going to cancel this one, and I'm just going to say it's not feasible for us to do, and we're going to move on with our lives. So I think up next we have another keyhole satellite. We do have another keyhole satellite. And then once this is done, we can upgrade the... Once this is built, we can upgrade the launch complex for the uprated Thor. And then we should be able to build our 2 other missions and get those flying. So let's skip ahead to September of 61, when this keyhole satellite is going to be done building. Yay! And how are we doing on our science archive here? Infrared radiometry. Yeah, some of that is still transmitting. That's fine. How is Cherenkov going? Up to 0.3x. Alright, so that's going to be up there for a while longer before it hits its requirements. Let's upgrade the launch complex for the Able Star. Well, and the Stretched Thor, but mostly the Able Star, I think. Not this one. It is going to be the gravimetric? No. Yes, the gravimetric. The gravimetric is the Able Star, because that's the multi-ignition. Yeah. So if we modify this for our requirements... Maximum tonnage 80. I think it was already 80. Commonality, 95%. Height limit, yeah, 27.6 out of 28 meters. We can't go much higher than this in this complex. Yeah, 2 days. I think it just needs to add more fuel. So we can uprate that. And then I'll double check with the Delta as well that we have all the right fuels for the upper stage, because I think that's the first time I'm flying that particular Delta engine. So we might have a slightly different fuel mix and need some other things, but it should be okay. But I want to make sure that we're ready on both of these missions and don't need to do any launch complex changes. All right, so let's grab magnetometry satellite. And does this need any modifications? Probably not. I think the modification time was just like 30 seconds or something like that. I think it's going to be done immediately. Oh, no, 2 days. All right. We did have to do a little bit. All right, now we should be able to launch both of these vehicles. One of these needs a much longer... I think the gravimetric is the worst one as far as like how long it needs to be in orbit for. Yeah, 2 months worth of science needs to be transmitted there. Magnetometry, well, it needs 75% of the magnetic scan, and it needs to be stable for 45 days, which is less than 2 months. Magnetic scan duration is 30 days. Okay. So this should be able to complete its contract, I think. So we will do the gravimetric first. And I just want to make sure that, like, we're not using... Yeah, so gravimetric uses yeet and circularize. Magnetometry also uses yeet. Alright, so both of these are using yeet now. That is apparently my, like, standard launching things into high orbit function. So I think this is good. I think we can launch this. All right, so that one's queued up now. And basically, we're going to be alternating these with more of these keyhole satellites because we can fly the keyhole mission like 8 times and keep getting science from the cameras. So why the heck not? And let's warp to sunrise just so we're not trying to do a nighttime launch so everyone can see on stream. Ugh, I can't believe I wasn't paying close enough attention and didn't realize that we had a tight eccentricity requirement for the second infrared radiometry mission, but that's all right. How are we doing on Cherenkov detector? 0.4x. Okay. So it's been up there a while, and it's going to take a while longer for it to hit that 75% threshold, but getting there. Fortunately, we have plenty of other launches to do in the meantime. And then this is going to hit this improved Earth imaging. I want to still mute Chatterer here. All right, I think last time we did this with the new Kerbalism integration mod that I wrote. Why is our PE so low? I don't love that. Yeah, we should be able to just, like, warp this. It should detect when it's out of samples and, do the right thing. Let's go to the map. Let's center on Earth. There we go. And then we can kick this up another... Because I think this is going to be up here for at least a couple of days. Yeah. And it'll be done either when its samples are full or when it runs out of power. I don't think this can fast forward much faster than this. Oh, you can see my, there we go. High altitude Cherenkov doing its thing. Zoop. Yeah, I think I have too many satellites in orbit, and this is just gonna have a hard time. Oh, there we go. Get itself pointed negative. But yeah, this thing is carrying quite a bit of science. 2-ish, 1 or 2 credits in a bunch of different biomes. So, fantastic. And that's why I'm going to fly all 8 of these, besides the fact that they're also worth quite a bit of reputation. It's a whole bunch of science. It's a design that I've already made. It works. so we may as well fly as many of these cameras as we can. There's no reason not to. And I think we're through the worst of it at this point. There we go. Bonk. Let's see how much science we got for that. Uh, 15 apparently. Oh no, here we go. 25. 24.8. Yeah. Awesome. And then we've got another gravimetric coming. All right, what's left? We've got the gravimetric. Cherenkov beyond LEO is still just doing its thing, right? If we check this, yeah, we're up to 0.5x, so that's going to take a little longer to finish. Gravimetric is next, and then as soon as we have the funds for it, we'll queue up another one of those keyhole film cameras. And then after that, we'll queue up the magnetometry satellite. And then after that, probably another keyhole. And then I'll just fly keyholes back to back, basically, until the contracts are done that we can actually complete the program. We have all the rest of 1962 to actually finish this before we're, like, way over and losing money on having this around. We also really only have till the end of 62 to do lunar probes, though. So we kind of want to get those done sooner if we can. Coming in here, you know, I mean, there's avionics improvements we should start queuing up. If it's the real world, which side are we on? I'm flying out of Cape Canaveral, and I'm using all American rocket engines, so... but that's just really because I know the American rocket engines best. But we absolutely can, you know, if we look in our... yeah, there we go. RD-111. That's not really the interesting, Where's our... Here we go. These are the ones we want. The RD-107. That's the, I could have flown out of Baikonur. It's true. I probably should do sometime when I don't feel like doing the programming aspect of this challenge run. I might do like a Soviet engines only, because I really just don't know them that well. But yeah, I mean, I know some of them, right? Like the RD-107 and the RD-108 are for the Soyuz launcher, or the old, the R7 really is what the original ICBM was called. And like, certainly I could build a Soyuz, but beyond that, like once you get into later stuff, I'm just not as familiar with it. Here we go. Second stage of the UR-200. I'm vaguely familiar with the UR-200. And Proton, of course, I know the name of. But anyway, what do I want to grab as far as more tech? So the stuff that I have queued up is like the last of the things that I want for Moon. And then the things that I need for first human orbit. So beyond that, I think it's just that I can start grabbing whatever tech upgrades I need. I think I have the essentials already queued up. So like, what's in 62 to 63 solids? Do I care about them? Algol 2, the Minuteman booster, the Star 13D. This is a common solid kick stage that I might want. So 62 to 63 solids. Staged combustion is all going to be Soviet, at least in the early era. We need... Yeah. We're eventually going to need to do all of the staged combustion research. I think this is an and, not an or. So I think to get the fuel-rich... Oh yeah, there was a UK space agency. There were... France had their own, I think. There's various things. Eventually I'll need to get ORSC engines, because if I ever want to fly the RS-25, the space shuttle engine. I'm not sure I'll ever try to fly a space shuttle, but that requires the fuel-rich staged combustion line, which I think requires having... You have to take these techs? I don't think it's an either, I think it's an and. So I think you do have to take them both, but I could be wrong. Early Hydrolox engines. Ooh, the RL-10. I imagine the early RL-10 is terrible, but... There we go. J2. Upper stage of the Saturn V. Yeah. Anyway, for right now, thinking about the tech that I want, I think we do want to grab, you know, the 62 orbital rocketry, because this has... Yeah. Delta configuration, an improved Delta engine configuration that I'm going to want. What else do we get in here? LR87 upgrades, I don't care as much about. LR89, I don't care as much about. Not right now, anyway. That's like Titan. There is another LR-79 upgrade. We'd have to check if this one's worthwhile. And the BA-11 Agena configuration, and I don't know what that gives me, but that's a more advanced Agena. Okay. So there's worthwhile stuff in the 62 orbital rocketry tech. We also have this basic power generation, which gives us a... Oh, this is 63. All right, so we're getting ahead of ourselves there. Improved avionics is 62 to 63. First RTGs, but until I try to do an interplanetary probe, I don't think I need those. Stability is probably worthwhile. The Agena SPS, yeah. Not as important as I think improved flight control is. Which gives me a bunch more higher thrust RCS jets and things like that. And then again, this is even more higher. Oh, this is what I want. All these. Yeah, Aerozine, Cavia B, MMH Mon 10, MMH Mon 3, MMH NTO. Yeah, this is what I want. UDMH. All the Hydrazine RCS configs. But that's not until this 64 tech. Darn. Alright, let's grab stability though. I think the Agena SPS is a worthwhile thing to have for sub-maneuvers, so we'll grab that. And I guess we could grab improved flight control. Or power generation, that's 63. Improved flight control is 63. 62 to 63 solids. 62 orbital. Let's get 62 orbital. I'm trying not to get too far ahead of... I mean, if I've got all of the current research and getting ahead of time, that's fine. But there is a penalty for researching things that are, like, too far ahead, so you can't, like, min-max the tech tree. So I want to, you know, try to balance around, like, approximately current year tech all the way across the board and not just, like, drill super far down one path, right? All right, let's, I guess we just have to skip ahead to this gravimetric satellite being ready to launch. I think otherwise we are... All right. And then I also want to queue up another Keyhole 4. Because we're going to want to keep flying those kind of in between every other mission. Just so we're not flying a whole bunch of them at the end. All right, and Twitch is telling me that it's ad break o'clock, so I'm going to let Twitch run its ad. And when we come back from that, we will fly the gravimetric satellite for realsies. Yeah. See everyone in just a few minutes. welcome back. Thanks for waiting through the ad. I do appreciate it. All right, we've got a keyhole being built. We've got a gravimetric to fly. We're going to be done with digital comms tech. I did reorder science just a little bit during the ad break. Insufficient funds to continue rollout. Ooh. That's bad. I think we just got to keep pushing our yearly subsidy up. I reordered science a little bit so that the stuff that's in the, like, might be nice to have for wrapping up the lunar missions before the end of 1962, and it's currently mid-November 1961. So getting all the nice-to-haves there sorted out is ahead of crew survivability and basic capsules. Because these ones we can do later. But right now, we need to focus on the things that are going to make the potentially make the lunar missions easier, and actually stability is not one of those. I don't actually care about any of this for the lunar missions. I do potentially care about improved avionics. If we look at deep space avionics, mass minus 15%, power minus 15%. So like getting the next avionics tiers is worth it. And interplanetary comms, the tech level. Yeah, higher tech levels here might not be worth it because they do give us, they're more power hungry, but they can transmit a lot more data a lot more quickly. But even if we don't go for the higher tech level, you know, if we can point a high gain antenna backwards at Earth, we can get away with a much lower much lower power output on our radios, and that'll help potentially make up for the higher idle power draw of digital comms. We do actually want to grab the digital comms upgrade, though. Done. And then I do also want to upgrade the tracking station, at least to level 3, maybe? I think I have hit the minimum required tracking station for their lunar probe upgrade. Yeah. Mission control and tracking station to level 2. So we really do just have to actually fly the lunar probes. Okay, let's get the gravimetric satellite into orbit. How's Cherenkov doing? I should keep checking. Cherenkov is at 0.6x. Okay. So we'll have that contract done soon as well. But let's get the gravimetric into orbit. So this is the one that we were doing the work on earlier in the stream, trying to get to a very tight circular orbit. That is exactly what this is measuring. It's a Cherenkov radiation detector strapped to a satellite. That is the science, the research that it's doing. Part of all the realism stuff is like real life science and detectors and things like that. don't know. That seemed pretty intentional to me. Alright, so we saw this one in the simulator a few times. This is gonna get itself up to a... radiation on the brain, huh? That's usually not a good thing. Oh, no! That's an engine failure. Failed to ignite. The script is still running. 1 second. Can I open the terminal? Kill the script. Well, it didn't explode. It just failed to ignite. And I think once it fails, it's failed. Don't think... Because in theory, this engine has multiple ignitions, but I don't see the deactivate and activate buttons here. So I don't think we can turn it off and on again. I think it's considered fully failed. Alright, well, this mission is... not useful. So theoretically, that was the optional mission. So we don't have to refly it, technically. I'm gonna do the mandatory ones. We'll we've got this keyhole one coming up. And then we'll do the mandatory, the magnetometry satellite, and we'll get that one up into orbit. And then after that, we can try to refly the magnetometry one if we have time before the end of 62, but like, if we're getting more than about halfway through 1962 and I haven't switched my priorities over to getting these moon missions done, we're gonna have a bad time. That moon contract is gonna start to become a drag on us very quickly if we don't actually fly the missions. All right, let's enqueue. Not gravimetric. We'll queue up magnetometry. Just again, because we need to get the magnetometry up. I had originally done the gravimetric first because its research takes longer and the contract is going to take more time. So I wanted to get it up, and then the gravimetric would be the last one we flew, right around now. And then, well, a month from now. And then we'd kind of be done by spring. But now we're going to fly magnetometry, and we'll see where we end up with it. All right. So let's fly this keyhole. Should get us another 20-25 science, which is fantastic. And then I really need to do my homework this weekend, and make sure that I understand the, what am I trying to say? Make sure that I understand the program that we need to write for an lunar intercept. I found some NASA papers. They are linked in my Discord if anyone wants to go check them out, but I need to actually read those papers and understand them. Ooh, we had an engine, a loss of performance on the LR-79. Yeah. Well, we're having a run of bad luck. Homework. Yep. Yeah, I need to fully understand these papers so I can implement the algorithms for the launch, and I don't understand them, so I'm not going to try to implement them this week. But I'm running out of weeks that I can stall for. All right, 2 failures in a row. One of an AJ-10 and one of an LR-79. Not great. Also very historically accurate for these rockets, but, you know. Yeah, it doesn't really model, like, enough of the internals of the engine to say, you know, oh, it failed in any given particular way. What it does model is, you know, from historic data of failure rates and how those failure rates changed over time as engines were flown more and improved. It models, you know, just sort of overall chance of failure of any given flight based off of how much you've flown a given engine and stuff like that. But it's certainly enough that, realistically, some percentage of your rockets are going to fail. I'm surprised, actually, that we had a failure of this keyhole, because this LR-79 is very reliable. Mean time between failure is like 1.65 hours. And it only burns for 3 minutes. So if you think about that, you'd expect to be able to burn for, how many 3-minute burns are in an hour and a half. 30 launches, 1 out of every 30, 40 launches to fail with this engine. Which is pretty decent. So, we got unlucky there. All right, and that's, well, really it depends when the magnetometry contract is done, and how is... Okay, the Cherenkov detector research has been sent down, the 0.75x. Yes, all right, so let's go back to that vessel, and that should complete this contract. We might also need to... We can bring down a few satellites that aren't very helpful to us anymore, that aren't returning science or anything. Just to get some load off of the physics engine. Yes, this should have just... Yep, there we go. Contract complete. Not that one. Cherenkov detection beyond LEO. Complete. Cool. So what do we have left here? We have the gravimetric, which we may not fly. We have magnetometry. And that is it. Cool. Oh, I forgot to grab the imaging satellite contract anyway before I just flew that. So I'm glad it failed, because we wouldn't have had the satellite. I'm going to let this keep going, because it's going to keep returning science. So we may as well let it keep giving us science, even though it's done with its contract. In here, we have 2 of these infrared radiometry satellites. Infrared radiometry probe, whatever this is, I'm pretty sure I can terminate. Let me fly this. This is just going to be like the avionics unit that deployed the satellite, right? Yes. So yeah, this can be... That one can be... I think anything that says probe, I can pretty safely get rid of. And if we check the infrared radiometry data... Completed, there's still a little bit left, and there's a little bit in flight, and I don't know which of those probes it's on. Okay, so I'll leave both infrared radiometry satellites up just to finish getting that science data, but I will nuke the probes that are sitting up here. Yeah, I've got 2 keyhole probes. Those can both be terminated. Infrared radiometry probe can be terminated. And then pretty soon we'll be able to terminate the 2 infrared radiometry satellites. They're both just up here on slightly different orbits. They'll finish getting the all the science, and then we can shut them down. All right, so we're ready to launch the... Well, we're almost ready to launch the magnetometry satellite. And this is one that needs to sit in orbit for a while. To complete its contract. Oh, and I should grab, while I'm thinking about it, this Earth imaging satellite contract, because we want to make sure we're actually getting credit for flying a bunch of these guys. We're going to fly at least 1 more of them, maybe 2. Next one is coming up in March 18th of 62. I've got tech all the way through the beginning of 63. All right, let's fly the magnetometry satellite. And this one actually has a higher chance of failure because this is the uprated Thor, which surprisingly didn't fail the last time we flew it, and apparently is gonna make it this time. Yeah, no problems. And then this is whatever variant of this AJ-10 this is. I think this is the Delta engine. Yeah, because I rescaled this tank for Delta. So this is going to try to get itself in that like 3 megameter by 70 megameter orbit. It'll drift up closer to AP before it does that. If we zoom way out, we can find the moon. Alright, yep, and I need to manually fast forward a little bit for this burn because it is a long burn. One megameter, 2, and 30, yeah, 3062, exactly where it burned out last time in the sim. Consistency is good. I like consistency. Coming around to the dark side, and I think the second burn is kind of always going to be on the dark side when we launch at certain times, but everyone say hi to Africa. Hi, Africa. All right. This is just beautiful, actually, for getting this satellite in position. All right, there we go. So this needs to be in orbit long enough to transmit 75% of magnetic scan from high orbit. Apparently we haven't done yet. In theory, this is a 30-day experiment, but obviously this is going to spend some of its time in low Earth orbit and therefore not getting data. And if we check, if we right-click here, we should see, yeah, it's waiting for the magnetic scan. If if we warp up till we're in, like, space high, it'll figure itself out. There we go. Space high. Running. EC is still perpetual. Excellent. Cool. I think we can leave this. So the question is, I've got a keyhole queued up. I don't think I try to do the magnetometry at this point. I think I accept that that failed. And I'm just going to basically launch 2 keyhole satellites to cover the time. It's currently the 5th of February. We might not even need to launch a second keyhole satellite. We might be really close just by the time we launch the first one to being able to call it the end of the program. You know, mid to late March. So yeah, gravimetric here. Let's get rid of the gravimetric contract. We're never gonna do it. So yeah, we just have to finish magnetometry, so that just has to be up in orbit for a while. And then this improved Earth imaging, we can fly another one of these in, you know, about a month. So we might end up flying 2. Well, we'll see how much time is left on the magnetic scan. Because, yeah, this is going to be pretty close to this orbit stability requirement, right? But how close are we to 75% of magnetic scan from space high? Not, is what I'm seeing here. So yeah, we might have another month then, and we can fly another KH-4 if we need to. I just want to pop into... Alright, well this one we can definitely terminate. Did we finish infrared radiometry? That's a question. In theory, there's still a little bit of stuff left. I don't know if I care enough. Like, we're talking like half a science. Yeah, let's fly the magnetometry satellite real quick. I just want to see its status after just being up here for a month or so. Yeah, waiting because we're in too low of an orbit, I guess. But yeah, it's sending all the data as it gets it. It's just, you know, only some portion of its orbit is actually in space high. So it doesn't always get a chance to transmit it. That's fine. We can fly a couple more keyholes while we're waiting, and that contract will finish itself. So let's actually do that. Let's queue up another KH-4 equivalent here. And then the other thing I want to do is I want to turn hiring researchers back on, because it stopped. I have 1,000 researchers now, but we're going to grab a whole bunch of money soon. So I think it makes sense to push the researchers closer to like 1,500 even, let it keep auto-hiring. Because Because as soon as we grab the manned spaceflight contract, that's going to push us staff, researchers, auto hire up to 1,500. Reserve funds for now is still 6K. Add. Okay. Let's fly a couple of these keyhole missions, and then, yeah, that takes us to the end of April. And hopefully by the end of April, we'll have had a chance for the magnetometry satellite to finish doing what it needs to do. And let's turn off Chatterer, because I know that's going to keep making noises, and we can actually already recenter on planet Earth. Because this thing should, once it gets itself into its relatively circular orbit, it will, it'll fast forward until it gets its science. That is not an orbit by any stretch of the imagination. This is not an orbit. Okay. That's cool. I've never seen this program fail this way before. But yeah, we are in the atmosphere. Worse than that, we're in the atmosphere in, like, a stupid way. Range safety. Oh, that's a lot of failures. That's frustrating. Especially since that's, like, 25 science that I'm not getting. All right, this doesn't think that it can ever hit 1,500 researchers. Yep, I certainly feel like I failed in real life. How much of this do I need to transmit? 75%. All right. Well. Seems... Just have to figure out what department to blame for the failure. Yeah. Yeah, this is using a very imprecise orbital insertion script. Actually, you know what? Let's make an on-the-fly change to this. So if we check KH4, this is doing... It's using the Agena orbit. And if we look at do orbit here, all this does is make sure that the magnitude of our velocity is like around what a circular orbit should be. But if we're not burning at just the right time, or depending on how the first stage leaves us, really, we end up with a periapsis that's too low. And ship orbit periapsis is greater than... There we go. So this is the last minute, changed it on the launch pad code change, which is that this will burn a little bit longer if it's gotten itself into a weird, slightly elliptical orbit. And we're going to hope that that elliptical orbit is still circular enough for this contract. Because I don't want to change the whole program of the KH4 to use a better orbital insertion. So let's see if this does the job. There we go. Not sure why I ever closed this window. I always like it up, but... Ecorrupt 111111. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Oh, you're right, it's 5 ones. I miscounted. I have actually never played with JNSQ. I should do that sometimes. But yeah, 10x scale is pretty much real scale. All right. Did we end up in an acceptable orbit? We did. 96% stress. Oof. Yeah, those long missions with Kerbalism, you really have to make sure you have space and food and water, and they don't like it when you, All right, Chatterer is muted. We can, just let this gather photographic footage for a while. I like my 2 high-altitude probes in different enough orbits that they kind of swing around at different times, just flashing through the screen every once in a while. Yeah, the Kerbalism temper tantrums are always a delight. All right, we're still gathering science, so I forget how long this took last time, but it's going to take a little bit longer every mission because we'll have more and more biomes completed that it just has to fly over. There we go. It thinks it's done now. Beautiful. Yeah, I might, instead of time warping super fast from the space center, what I might do is just go to the magnetic scan probe and time warp at a reasonable rate for its orbit. I think Kerbalism sometimes misses when your orbits are skipped through too quickly and it doesn't collect all the science, especially if you're in a very elliptical orbit. It doesn't always account for moving back and forth between space low and space high, I think is what's happening. So I think I need to kind of babysit that satellite just to get this science done. For now, though... Oh, well, I was hoping we would end up landing in the sunlight, but no. Where are we? Somewhere over here? Oh, we're coming down over North America. Okay. Yes, I do have Principia. RP-1, Principia, and all of my satellites, all my vessels are being flown entirely by kOS. So I've been writing programs for all of them. All right, so this was pretty much a successful launch. We should end up with whatever 25-ish more science as this comes in. Oh, we lost our... Where are we here? Looks like we're going to impact... Where is that? Texas? North of Texas? Somewhere in there? Yeah, our impact point's going to move up as we slow down, of course. So yeah, north of Texas. Let's see. This is going to be Houston here, so I think this is Dallas. So we're coming in Oklahoma-ish? North of Texas, sometimes called Canada. Yeah. You know, I think we're going to hit Oklahoma. I think that's Oklahoma City, like ahead of us to the left. Or that could be Kansas City. It's hard to tell how far north we are. We might be closer to Kansas than Oklahoma. Oh, that's cool. All right, and we ditched the heat shield just fine. I think this is going to be a textbook landing. We talked about Challenger. Well, you know, we don't have that many human spaceflight disasters to talk about. Which is a good thing, to be clear. All right, improved Earth imaging satellite, done. Little extra reputation. How is our reputation doing? It's kind of holding steady. We've had enough, like, mission failures that we're not accruing it as quickly as I would have liked. But we're also at least not losing it. So our subsidy is kind of where it was at the start of today. I was hoping to push the subsidy up a little further. Yeah, doing some things Principia makes a lot harder, but I feel like Duna/Mars is not necessarily one of those things. As long as you can get out of, you know, the Earth-Moon system gets a lot more complicated with Principia. I don't know if that's true of the Kerbin-Munn system. But the overall solar system is big enough and orbits kind of work the way you expect at that scale. Obviously, you have to account for Jupiter a little more than you would otherwise have to, but it's not as bad, is my understanding. All right, we've got 43 science. It's currently the mid-May 1962. Let's grab... Yeah, let's grab improved avionics. We're going to want that. The cheaper avionics we can get, the better. I think everything else can kind of hang around. What I want to do is, because I want to make sure that we get this magnetometry contract done, like, right now, is normally I don't love fast-forwarding things when I don't have a mission being built, but I also don't think we have anything else to fly right now. So I think I am going to... All right, infrared radiometry is done, so we can terminate both of these. Cherenkov detector in Earth Space High. Also done, so we can terminate that one. Up there for almost a year. All right, and then the magnetometry satellite. I'm gonna fly this, and we're gonna time warp it in scene, so that hopefully Kerbalism can get its act together with collecting the science. Think that's gonna be our best option. We have power. Oh, we don't have power. How did that happen? Well, no wonder. It's going slowly. Kerbalism doesn't think we have power. We have a kilobyte of science to upload. All right, we'll mute Chatterer because we're going to keep losing signal. Oof. Yeah, we're flipping back and forth between having power and not. I may have failed to take comms transmission into account for this vessel. Because, yeah, basically the comms turn on, and then it turns itself off. Oh, did I really not set the comms active time when I simmed and did all my battery checks on this? That stinks. All right, let's go back to the Space Center. Let's check this thing. We can launch another one if we have to. But let's set our comms active time to 100% and make sure that we are... Ugh, I can't believe I missed that. That is frustrating. All right, magnetometry, load. Toggle open. Toggle open, there it is. Actually, no. We want to take this whole thing off right here. All right, so sitting like this, duration is like 1 hour. That's fine. Solar panels, simulated. Duration is perpetual. Consuming 6.5 and producing 9.9. And if I go into comms, and I set active transmission time to 100%, look at that! We use twice as much power. Ugh, okay. This is fine. That's 24 watts. The question is, with the extra mass of the solar panels, will this get up to the necessary altitude for the contract? And there's really only one way to test that, and that's to test it. So let's run the sim. All right, so it wasn't Kerbalism being weird about the orbit. It was my fault. Oh. Oh, whoops, I didn't realize it was nighttime when I hit the simulate button. I'm sorry, it's going to be a dark launch. Alright, Twitch is telling me that it's ad break o'clock, so I'm going to let Twitch run ads while this launch happens. And then when the ads come back, we should be pretty close to our orbit, and we can see if we need to make any changes to this thing for the slightly heavier probe. So I'll see y'all in just a few minutes, and I'll just let this run while the ad break goes. Oh, look at that sunrise. It's so pretty. All right, so this needs to get us to our three megameter PE still, or AP. Hopefully it can achieve that. All right, ad break is over. Welcome back, everybody. We are still doing the same launch that we started before. All right, and we did hit our 3 megameters here. So as long as this kick stage has the oomph to hit our required upper altitude for the orbit, I think we're going to be good. But it's always been pretty snug, so we'll see if we can still do it with this larger solar panels. I might also have better solar panel tech unlocked at this point that I could swap these over to. I should check that if I'm redoing this. Maybe I have better solar panel tech. Obviously, if this just works, I'm not going to mess with it. I don't want to mess with things that work. But if we do fail to hit orbit, then we can try to lighten up our solar panels. We might check if we have improved avionics we can put on any of these. There's options to try to get the payload a little bit lighter and still have the power we need. Yeah, this is a 0.62 eccentricity. We need 0.75. So we do have to make some changes to this to hit our target. Which doesn't surprise me. I didn't think we were going to get away. This was always a pretty tight launch profile, so. Let's see here. Electrical. No, that's just the same. How do I design days elapsed? Sorry, I'm just redoing this just in case. I'm not sure how the solar panel upgrades actually work, so. Yep, that's what we were at before. 24 watts. And if we go in here. All right, we can't go up to tech level 2. Here we go. Active transmission time, 100%. Tech level 2 does use more power, but our distance max is like 70 megameters. Yeah, we're 8 bits per second at our max. So we can go down like 10 dBm. Which is great. So now we're only sitting at like 15 watts used, which means I can make the solar panels a little smaller. Other thing I want to check, okay, I do have a better avionics core. And if we do this one, that looks like it's pretty much the same. 15.2. 15.2. What about our overall mass? 2,200 meters a second. 2243, so we get like 8 meters a second out of it. It's not huge. I mean, it's helpful, but it's not huge. And I don't think we have battery tank 3s yet. No. All right. But we can at least make the solar panels a little smaller again. And then where else can we maybe shave from? We look at, let's reattach there. Drop this. If we switch this to no real delta V improvements there. All right. Wait, this was still set to battery 1. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's huge. Okay, that might be all. The problem is that a lot of that delta V is going to be in the AJ10 stage in the delta. So we do need to make up a little bit still here. All right, let's see if this is good enough now. By lightening the avionics of the... Oh, do I have the wrong battery tanks here too? Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Lovely. Cool. So that'll give us more delta V in the early stages, and that'll make up for our... I have a little more oomph in the kick stage to handle the solar panels. And I'm hopeful... I mean, how close are we on? This is closer than I like. I think I'll go up to the 1 meter by half a meter square panels here, or rectangular panels here. And then hopefully we have enough extra oomph by putting a little more fuel in that kick stage. And then hopefully the lighter avionics on these two stages makes up for that extra oomph. We have 12 kilometers a second of delta V, which is enough for this mission. The question is it in the right places, in the right stages for us to hit our target orbit? And the way we find that out is with this big ol' simulate button. And we are gonna do 12 hours from now, and hope that that's a daytime launch. Double check our staging. That all looks good. All right. And with the changes to the mass of the avionics, we might need to adjust the script a little bit so that the initial pitch for the gravity turn is a little bit different. We'll see where we end up. I have really no idea if the collection of tweaks as a whole that I just made are really gonna do what I want, but I'm hoping that we have managed to make up for our changes. Can't believe I didn't account for transmission time. That was a very, very noob mistake that I made. Well, I did that part of this design 2 weeks ago, so that was... Ugh. So yeah, pro tip when you're figuring out your power budgets for your satellites, make sure, well, you can't do it here, but make sure to set the transmit time to a high enough percentage that it actually accounts for your usage. Alright, so I think this stage, I'm hopeful this stage will still get us to that 3 megameters. If it doesn't, we're in trouble. I think it will. And then after that, I mean, another big chunk of fuel in the kick stage should have no problem pushing us to our required AP. Oof, nope, we're short. By a lot, actually. More than we can make up for with RCS, no matter how hard this thing tries. Well... okay, technically not more than we can make... yes, it'll be more than we can make up with our CS. Well... Alright, so we do want to try to get just a little more oomph out of this stage if we can. I'm not really sure how at the moment. I'll think about that. But I think this stage now is going to have more than enough fuel. So we might be able to split the difference on how much fuel is in this Altair. And that might be enough to get the... No, this also still doesn't have enough. Okay. I thought this was going to be enough compared to the last launch, but no, the tyranny of the rocket equation is really biting me in the ass right now. What I can do, you know what? Maybe that's what I need to do. Let's grab, because this is still the short, oh, that's 13, no, this is the extended, isn't it? I already did this. Battery 2s, 80. What does this look like with better avionics? Avionics mass, 400 kilograms, power consumption, 470 watts. Avionics mass, 360, power consumption, 400 watts. So, like, we could do, like, this. 12064 compared to what was it before? 12043. Okay, so that's 20 meters a second, and it's out of the first stage, which is not really what we care about. We can make these solar panels a little bit smaller on the assumption that I mean, we're already at a half an hour with full broadcast time. That's pretty snug. I don't think we're going to be broadcasting like full speed all the time, but oh, tech level 1 is like significantly better power-wise, but I don't think it's gonna make it. Oh no! Tech level 1 still has 70 megameters here. Interesting. I would have thought tech level 2 would have been an improvement there. But not over these distances. At these distances, tech level 1. Okay. Yeah, and that gives us a lot of our power budget back. Okay. Still want a little bit more than... All right. Make sure wait. No. Active transmission time. There we go. I knew I was forgetting something. One is still better. Okay. Yeah, and if we go down to these at 0.5... I guess I did also turn down our transmit power. We were up at like 30 dBm before, and now this is 20. Okay. Yeah, well, that obviously helps a lot. 10 dBm is huge. Wrong thing. I do want these a little bit bigger. I feel comfortable with a little more overkill on the solar panels, because there will be wear and tear. I don't think we need 0.7 though. I think we can get away with 0.6. Alright, so I think just fixing our active time... Lower transmit power, obviously, is huge. As long as we can still hit at 70 megameters, and we can, this can transmit continuously. The experiment runs at what? Figure experiments. Magnetometer. Data rate is one byte a second. Okay, and that's probably why I had originally set this to such a high... to like 30. And I bet if I check this, at 70 megameters, oh look, we get a byte per second, 8 bits. Okay. Now I understand my choices. But like at low altitude, which is going to be 3 megameters, we should plan that. You know, we're transmitting still 32 bits per second, right? Which means that as it swings down lower, it'll buffer data every orbit, but it should still be able to drain the buffer. And that's what matters, is that it can get the science out. Okay. This is the new and improved version of this thing. Let's see what we're doing with these slightly larger solar panels, but slightly larger solar panels, but significantly lower power usage, and the other various tweaks that I made to improve power efficiency, or improve mass efficiency, rather, mostly in the form of using the right battery tanks. Hopefully this will do it. Let's hit the sim button. Let's see where we end up. But yeah, 30 dB antenna on such a small payload is tough. I mean, the other option would be to, like, you know, put this on a significantly larger rocket, but I don't particularly feel the need for that level of overkill. And I don't have a bigger rocket designed right now, so all right. How are we doing here? Periapsis height is minus 4,500. Let's see. I think that's fine as far as the delta stage is concerned. So it's just a question of did shrinking the solar panels a little bit more now that I've fixed the power budget for the comms, bring the mass down enough for the Altair to do what it needs to do. That is a question that we will find out in just a few minutes. All right, this is a long burn. I will manually speed it up a little bit. And depending on how much extra fuel we have in this stage, we might be able to put a little more in the Altair as well if we need to move some delta V between stages. 30 meters a second of delta V left in that stage. So that is what we can afford if we need to. But that's effectively nothing. So hopefully this can hit the mission parameters like as is right now. All right. Great news. We have plenty of delta V in this stage. Even better news, electric charge is perpetual. But the experiment isn't running and we're not doing comms. So let's get ourselves up to much higher altitude. I don't think this is going to have comms contact all the way through to our highest, because our altitude now is like 131, 132. And we probably will lose connection somewhere up at the highest end. But as long as... yeah, and we did. As long as it's able to clear all the data on its way back down, that's fine. And we'll see that here as it swings around. Yeah, you're not going to be able to connect. Don't even try. Transmitting at 2 bits a second, 4.4 bits a second, 8 bits a second. So there's a lot of data to transfer here. And this is the question, is will it be able to keep up as it swings around lower and lower? Because basically we need to be at... by the time we swing all the way around... Come on, we should be able to connect here. Really? Guess we're not near any of the DSN stations. But basically we want to see is as we're going back up. Yeah, this is what concerned me. Is we're down to 4 bits a second, and we're still not... But the good news is that we had a lot of extra altitude, So we have room to bring our altitude down a little bit and also to increase our transmission power a little bit. Obviously, we don't want to go all the way back up to 30 dB, but let's kick our solar panels up one more size. Let's scale our power consumption for our comms to whatever that ends up being. And we'll see if that gets us enough bandwidth to clear the data on each orbit. And I could do the math on this, and I don't want to. But we need to average 8 bits a second. That was to launch, not to vehicle assembly, please. We need to average 8 bits a second. All right, so these are going to go up to 0.7. And then we pop this open. Transmission time, 100%. We can go up to like 25 dBm. Okay. The question is that extra massive solar panel going to be enough that we no longer hit our target orbit? But if not, if we're good on our target orbit here, then I think we will, hopefully this is the last tweak on this probe. This probe has been an absolute nightmare. It's ruining my life. Okay. That looks, I mean, pretty close to what we were before. I wasn't expecting a lot of performance difference in the Thor around these parts of the mission. It's the upper stages that are going to be affected more by, you know, a few grams here, a few grams there from the solar panels. All right. So yeah, two things should happen with the slightly larger solar panels. One is we do have our higher power consumption for the comms, so we'll be able to send data out more quickly. But also, because we're slightly heavier, I do expect that we also won't quite hit as high of an orbit, which means that we'll spend more time in comms range in general. Which means that we should have less time out of comms range means we accumulate less data. So there's sort of a double effect to tweaking things in this way. That hopefully means, fingers crossed, what we want to see is over the course of an orbit, again, it can clear all of the data before it starts gathering data again. That is the goal. Yeah. All right. So yeah, slightly higher maximum altitude, but also let's mute Chatterer because we're going to be in and out of comms range. All right. Yeah, we're accumulating data because we can't quite transmit it fast enough through this whole process. And that's fine. Yeah, a lot less accumulated this time. Oh, not quite. I think this is probably fine. This is going to start accumulating a bunch of data over time. You know, sort of each orbit. But we put this at like this time warp speed. Maybe if we center on the Earth. There we go. Oh, and I think this probably isn't running because it thinks the other one... Yeah. We're going to have to terminate the other one. Because it's not actually transmitting anything useful. Basically, it's holding on to too much of the science. So this one won't run the experiment. So we have to remember to do that when we swap them. But I think this is going to work. I think this is going to work. It does mean that we are pushing the end of our final, like, contract. I don't know what today's date is. It's later than I want it to be. We can rush this build a little bit. if we have to. Yeah, it's currently the 13th of May. And if we check construction time, this will be done at June, mid-June, and it's going to take about 2 months to get all the science. So that puts us mid-August. Okay. That gives us 4 months, 5 months maybe, to finish up all the lunar contracts before lunar is officially late. Although, as soon as we finish this, we grab the crewed orbit contract, right? And as soon as we grab this, I think we're in a pretty good place, like, money-wise, because this is worth a lot. Like, it sucks to be at the very end of these contracts like this and to have still not even flown the first lunar flyby. I've been letting research happen. I've been working on science instead. That was intentional. So that's fine. But we can grab crewed orbit here, and honestly, if we really feel like it, we can always upgrade the admin building and get more program slots. We should probably think about upgrading the tracking station too. Maybe not. Oh, we do need to if we want the TL2 comms codex. Oops. I'm glad I decided to run that at TL1. So yeah, we'll need to... I mean, we could just do that. Same with the admin building. We may as well just do it. All right. That's interplanetary comms. That's fine. Get to the magnetometry satellite. All right, maybe 2 of these at once was a little aggressive. Let's pause the admin building. Actually, you know what? No, we'll pause the tracking station. Pause them both. We'll deal with the launch first. Yeah, and this is because we're starting to cross the threshold on the we're starting to cross that threshold on the funding that we get for the orbital research program. You know, we're going around the corner on that, and we're starting to lose money. So everything is going to start to be money's going to be a problem if we can't grab another program and wrap this one up really quickly. Okay. Looking fine. I mean, we're tumbling a little bit, but that's okay. This has enough time to realign itself before it's burned. I'm not worried about it. Alright, well, it usually has enough time to realign itself before it's burned. That was snug. Didn't love that. Oh, and what I forgot to do, as soon as this is in orbit, we have to back out, is I need to terminate the other magnetometry satellite because it is, I guess I could also just hit force run on this one, but because the other one is, it's sitting on a bunch of data that it collected, but it now can't transmit, it needs to, I need to tell Kerbalism that that data doesn't exist anymore so that it'll try to actually gather it from this one, basically. There goes Africa. Nope. Yes? Yes, Africa. I'm like, where are we? I really need to uninstall Chatterer. It's cool when you're not warping all the time, but all right, there we go. So we've got a stable orbit here on this one. We zoom out, we should have the other one. Can I fly it from this view? Probably not, huh? Tracking station. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but I don't feel like it. So, problem is they're both called magnetometry, but one of them is, we can kill the probe for sure. Yeah, one of them is 134 days old, and one of them is an hour old. So let's kill the one that's 134 days old. Now if we fly the other one... Fly it. Now we should be able to get all of the science sent over with Kerbalism here. If we check magnetic scan, yeah, we've already sent over 0.3x. So we'll recenter on Earth. Five. Nope, I need to remove Chatterer. 7. .8. All right. The problem is, yeah, this won't count as a stable orbit for another 20 days. Okay. But that's cool. We've got a bunch of this transmitted. Let's go to the Space Center. I guess we could just fly one more camera. It takes like 20-30 days to make a camera. So let's fly one more keyhole. We'll get some science out of it at least. And I guess technically a mission as well. We grab improved Earth imaging. We'll fly one more keyhole satellite. That'll take us through, I mean, about mid-August, like I said. But that will have this program completed at that point, which is where we want to be. KH4, here we go. Launch one of those. Okay. I should have queued this up before. I didn't really think about it, that, like, while we were waiting for the science, I could have been building a keyhole. I was so focused on just, like, getting that magnetometry satellite done. 0825. Yeah, that's fine. It'll be by the end of August. We'll be done with the program. Roll out. It's morning. I think we've had our 45 days, so if I pop over to the magnetometry satellite, it will be done here. Let's fly that. And this should just pop the contract immediately. Hey, there we go. Contract complete, magnetometry satellite, program complete. Excellent. Cool. Let's go back to the Space Center. I'll leave that satellite up there because it's going to keep broadcasting the last of the data for a little while longer. But we could fly this keyhole satellite. Do I actually want to fly this right now, or do I just want to call the program done? Because, like, we're here. It's worth it. We'll get more reputation from flying that contract that's worth 100 rep than we're going to lose for waiting a couple more weeks to finish the program. That's what I think. So let's get this satellite up here, and we'll get the science for it. Plus the extra 25 science, which is still a big amount of science for me. This has ended up being a very code-light session, but I think we'll make up for that next week. Because next week we really have to get lunar figured out. Because we're already going to be like September of 62, and the program deadline is like January of 63. So we're almost certainly going to be late on the lunar program, and we're going to have to rely on making up for it with what's over there. Oh, Jupiter. Hi, Jupiter. We're gonna have to rely on the funds that we bring in from the manned spaceflight program, because we can take that and we don't actually have to fly it for a couple of years, right? We have most of the tech we need for it. I think we could build Mercury Atlas within a year if we wanted to. But obviously we gotta focus on the unmanned lunar stuff first. Ooh, sorry about that. Auto time warped on me. I forgot this mission does that. So yeah, this will just run until it has gathered, you know, however much science it can gather. Oh, hello, magnetometry satellite. Good to see you. We should have otherwise met the contract requirements. Yep. So yeah, these missions take longer and longer each time. I mentioned this the last time we flew one of these keyhole satellites. The more biomes we have fully gathered, the longer it takes to do, you know, the overall mission, right? Because it, you know, the Earth is mostly water and ice caps, so... But we'll be done when the numbers on the left add up to about 25, or when we run out of power. But I think power is... I don't remember what I have the threshold set to. Like 10% or something. There we go. And it's setting itself up for deorbit. Beautiful. All right, we're coming in at a little over 7 kilometers a second. I think that's fine. I hope. Yeah, no problems. $25, would I set the trigger altitude to drop the heat shield at? Yes. Cool. Where are we? Coming in towards Africa somewhere. Nope, coming in towards the Atlantic Ocean. Woohoo! I hit the wrong button and almost didn't slow down in time. That could have been a disaster. Fortunately, we did not have a Kraken attack on that landing. All right, so that's a bunch of science. It's a little bit more reputation. Delightful, delightful. Contract complete, delightful. Okay, So we can turn in early Earth observation satellites. Early lunar probes is sketchy because I've been avoiding working on it. But with the slots we have available, we can grab this crude orbit one. And this is going to give us funding for the next 4 years or so. We want to try to wrap up around 3 years, though. Looking at our requirements here, orbital test flight, first orbital flight, and basic crew science. So it's just 3 contracts. And then upgrading the astronaut complex, which we should be able to do pretty easily. And then with the expectation that, you know, it's currently the 7th of September and we have until the 26th of November to finish lunar. Obviously, we're going over on this. There's no avoiding it anymore. And some of that was due to failures with the science satellites and mistakes that I made there. Combination of mistakes on my part and just random launch failures. Which means that we're ending in September. I wanted to be ending in, like, April. Finishing up the completed, whatever it was, the suborbital research contract. I wanted to be done with this 5 months ago, which would have given us time to just focus on these last lunar launches and getting them done. Unfortunately, we missed that window, so we're gonna have to get that figured out, and we're gonna have to get that figured out at the same time that we're ramping up for crude orbit. But again, we got 3 years for crude orbit, and crude orbit is easy. Crude orbit is stuff we've done already. You know, simple orbits, simple science gathering. So I think we can knock crude orbit out in a couple of years, and it's just gonna have to you know, be kind of funding our this is gonna have to make up for our funding shortfall that we're gonna get from going over on early lunar probes. Unfortunately. I could also think about grabbing early commercial applications. I think I have... This is the one that killed me last time. But, I think we have the better tech this time. We're teched up much higher. And there's, you know, a reason that this now has the requirement that you get the tracking station to level 3, because that level 3 tracking station is unlocked, like, I don't know, here? Or here? Yeah. Grab the comms tech while I'm thinking about it. But, so yeah, we can get the tracking station to level 3 pretty easily, which gains us digital level 4, S-band ground equipment. Yeah, that's getting us into like Apollo level stuff. But like getting S-band would, I mean, be nice for the lunar mission, although it won't quite be there in time for lunar. LR-79 and a 13. I think this is like the really good LR-79 upgrade, so I do want this, because I think we're going to keep using Thor's. So let's grab this one. And then with 13.8 left, I don't think any of the other ones are... Oh, solids. Grab solids. All right. And then if we look at our current research order, I think I want to do it in this order. Not that it matters, really, but getting these, you know, improvements to our current rocketry so that, you know, this is pushing through the first few months of 1963, which means that that's probably is when we're going to be trying to do lunar orbit. We're getting the tech that's going to help us with that before we get the tech for crew. I think we are more than teched up enough for lunar. I really do. It's just a matter of, can I write the programs for lunar? But I think we're going to call it... Do I want to call it here for today? I think I do, just because I'm not prepared with having read the NASA white papers for writing the lunar intercept scripts yet. So I think we're gonna call it here, and next week I'm gonna come in with a whole bunch more knowledge of rocket science so we can write the programs for lunar. Yeah, do my homework, exactly. And once homework is done, I think designing the rockets and the probes in game will be easy. The hard part is gonna be writing the code for next session. So that should be fun. That's what this challenge run is all about, right? Is having those quote-unquote fun debugging sessions. So, yeah, thanks very much, everyone who's tuned in. And thanks very much to the YouTube crowd, too. If you're watching this on YouTube and want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down below in the doodly-doo. I do always appreciate when people pop in and get nerdy with the actual rocket science or feel like, you know, helping me out writing the code. It's always more fun to do this stuff collaboratively. And also, if you're watching on YouTube and want to do anything to feed the algorithm, that's fantastic too. So yeah, thanks again, everybody. Tomorrow is, as always, Factorio Panadon's Day, and we will we'll get back to Kerbal next Wednesday.